Mr. Speaker, tomorrow will be the first ever nationwide nurses' strike. All the Prime Minister has to do to stop that is to open the door and discuss pay with them. If he did, the whole country would breathe a sigh of relief. Why won't he?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have consistently spoken to all the unions involved in all the pay disputes that there are. But I am glad he's raised our nurses, because they do incredible work, and it's worth putting on record. It's worth putting on record what exactly we have done for our nurses. Last year, when everyone else in the public sector had a public sector pay freeze, the nurses received a 3% pay rise. When the RCN asked for more in-work training, we gave every nurse and midwife a £1,000 training budget. And when they asked for nurses' bursaries, we made sure that every nursing student received a £5,000 grant. That's because we do work constructively, and we will continue to back our nurses.
Mr. Speaker, nurses going on strike is a badge of shame for this government. Instead of showing leadership, he's playing games with people's health. And there is a human cost. Alex from Chester has been waiting for a gallbladder operation for nearly 6 months. He's in so much pain, he's been off school since then. His operation has already been cancelled twice. His mum, who I spoke to this morning, is worried sick. When she heard that strikes could be called off, she was massively relieved. She's desperate for the Prime Minister to resolve this. All he needs to do is simply meet the nurses. Now, Alex's mum is listening to this. She doesn't want to hear him blaming everybody else. She doesn't want his usual ducking of the question. She's tuned in now because she wants him to explain what is he going to do to resolve the nursing strike.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's not just Alex. There are millions of others across this country, Alex and Mark, millions of others who will have their healthcare disrupted because of the strike. Now, the honourable gentleman says to get round the table, but we all know what that means, Mr. Speaker. That is just simply a political formula for avoiding taking a position on this issue. If he thinks the strikes are wrong, he should say so. If he thinks it's right that pay demands of 19% are met, then he should say so. What's weak, Mr. Speaker, is he's not strong enough to stand up to the union.
Mr. Speaker,
we know it's Christmas, but the party's not started yet. Come on, Keir
Mr. Speaker, in 12 hours' time, there's a nurses' strike. All he needs to do is meet the nurses. His inaction speaks volumes. As ever with this Prime Minister, it's Tory politics first, patience second. We've never seen a nurses' strike like this before. They've been forced into it because the government has broken the health system. Ask anyone in the NHS. They will tell you they don't have enough staff. 133,000 vacancies. And there's an obvious solution. Scrap the non-dom status and use the money to bring through the next generation of doctors and nurses. That's what Labour would do. Why hasn't he got the guts to do it?
Mr. Speaker, we're already investing billions more in the NHS. We're already hiring thousands more doctors and nurses. But he asked about backlog. He asked about backlogs and the waiting times in the NHS. And yes, what he always fails to acknowledge is the impact that COVID did, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're facing pressures. But we do have a plan. Not just more money, not just more doctors and nurses, new diagnostic centres carrying out millions of checks and scans, new surgical hubs delivering more elective surgery. But if we'd listened to him, Mr. Speaker, the backlog would still be growing, and that's because we'd still be in lockdown.
As usual, Mr. Speaker, he tries to blame everyone else. His department His department commissioned a report into the NHS which reported on Monday. That report said we've had 10 years of managed decline. Yep. It was not COVID. Yep. Responsibility is sitting right there. And the reason he can't choose nurses over non-doms is because he's too weak to stand up to the tax avoiders. For 12 years, they haven't trained enough doctors and nurses. So we have the absurd situation of the NHS spending billions on agency workers to fill the gap. Why should the country have to put up with money that should be spent treating patients being wasted plugging gaps instead?
Mr. Speaker, let me tell the honourable gentleman what we are doing. We are actually listening to the independent pay review bodies. They want to undermine them. We've offered a fair pay deal. They can't even decide on a number amongst themselves. We're actually protecting the public. They're protecting their paymasters, Mr. Speaker. For working people in this country, it's Labour's nightmare before Christmas.
Keir Starmer.
There he goes again, pretending everything is fine. Try telling that to those on waiting lists or those that can't afford to pay for a next-day GP appointment. After 12 years of Tory failure, winter has arrived for our public services, and we've got a Prime Minister who has curled up in a ball and gone into hibernation. If he can't act on behalf of patients or nurses or everyone who wants these strikes called off, then surely the whole country is entitled to ask, what is the point of him and what is the point of the government he's supposed to be leading?
Mr. Speaker, he talks about COVID not having an impact. Ambulance waiting times for Category 1 ambulance waiting times in February of 2020 were actually completely on target, Mr. Speaker. COVID has an impact, and that's why, as the Chief Executive of the NHS has acknowledged, this government is serious about its commitment to prioritise the NHS. But, Mr. Speaker, let's just have a look at the NHS in Labour-run Wales, shall we? The worst A&E times in the country, Mr. Speaker.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, under the last Labour government, we had fair pay for nurses and no strikes. Yeah. So I won't be taking lectures from him about that.
Order. Mr. Bowie, you promised to behave. Don't give me a Christmas present you won't want. Come on, Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, this is our final PMQs of the year. So I hope you will Oh, really? I hope you will... Mr. Speaker, what I was going to say was I hope you will pass on all of our thanks, at least on this side, to all those who kept our House and our democracy working. Yeah. And I want to finish this year thinking about our friends in Ukraine. As a result of Putin's barbaric assault on their freedom, millions will spend Christmas in sub-zero temperatures without heating, electricity or hot water. Their suffering is unimaginable, but their bravery is awe-inspiring. So will the Prime Minister join me in saying that whatever other difficulties and disagreements we have across this dispatch box, we are and will remain united in our unwavering support for Ukraine's freedom, its liberty and its victory?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I join with the honourable gentleman in thanking and paying tribute to all the staff of the House for the fantastic work that they do to support all of us. And I appreciate his comments on Ukraine. It has been a point of incredible unity across this House and indeed the country, something that we can all be proud of in our country, that we have stood behind Ukraine at its hour of need. And as I said yesterday, this Christmas, many families will be laying an extra place at their Christmas table, and that speaks to the generosity and compassion of our nation, and long may that continue.
Angela Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A3 connects London to Portsmouth through Guildford, and I was delighted to see the new Solent Freeport announced last week, which will increase traffic flows. As the A3 narrows through Guildford, it is sadly the most polluted road in the strategic road network. Short-term sticking plasters like putting up 9-metre-high air pollution barriers that will entrench divisions in Guildford is not acceptable to me or my constituents. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that it is time to think big, it is time to think long-term, and it is time time to tunnel the A3 under Guildford?
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for the question. I know this is an issue that she has long championed. I am told that National Highways are developing a range of different possibilities and solutions for the A3 through Guildford, and I know the Department for Transport will consider the case as it plans its future infrastructure investments.
SNP leader Stephen Flynn.
I wish to join with the Prime Minister and the Leader of Opposition in extending my party's thoughts to all of those involved in the terrible tragedy in the Channel this morning. Mr Speaker, thanks to positive and proactive negotiations between the Scottish Government and Unite and Unison health unions, a pay settlement has been reached and strike action averted. By stark contrast, the UK Health Secretary appears completely unwilling to negotiate with unions on pay, and strike action is very much still on the table. So may I ask the Prime Minister, when will he see the error of his ways and follow the Scottish Government's lead?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm glad the UK Government was able to provide £1.5 billion in extra funding to the Scottish Government for public services. The Health Secretary and other ministers have engaged fully, not just with the unions, but with an independent pay-setting process, which takes the politics out of the process and ensures that we can meet those independent requirements with a fair pay deal.
Stephen Flynn.
Mr Speaker, let's be clear, those words will ring hollow in the ears of those people who, unlike the Prime Minister, can't nip into Waitrose for their shopping, nor indeed even turn on their heating at this moment in time. And that's particularly true for people in Scotland, because as we know, average energy bills in Scotland are not anticipated to be £2,500 per year. They're expected to be £3,300 per year. People are genuinely terrified, and that's despite the fact that Scotland produces 6 times more gas than we consume, with some 80% of our electricity coming from low-carbon sources. Decades of failed UK energy and regulatory policy coming home to roost. Is it not the case that Scotland has the energy? We just need the power.
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm glad the honourable gentleman raised the question of energy support. And it's because of the actions of this government that we are providing every household in this country with around £900 of support with their energy bills this winter, £55 billion worth of support. And on top of that, next year, there will be extra cost of living payments worth up to £1,200 for the most vulnerable, whether that's those on means-tested benefits, pensioners, or indeed disabled. This is a government that will always look after the most vulnerable in our society.
Stephen Metcalfe.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As my right honourable friend will know, the Mayor of London, despite objections, has decided to expand the ULEZ zone across all London boroughs, which will massively impact my constituents and those who share a border with London. Will he therefore urgently speak to the Transport Secretary and encourage him to use the powers at his disposal to reverse this disastrous decision?
Well, my honourable friend will know that transport in London is devolved to the Labour Mayor of London, but it is disappointing that the Mayor, backed by the Leader of the Opposition, is choosing not to listen to the public. The zone is being expanded against the overwhelming views of residents and businesses, and I'd urgently consider the Mayor and the gentleman opposite to be on the side of hard-working Londoners.
David.
Can I associate myself and my party with the comments made by others on the tragedy in the Channel? Our thoughts and prayers are with the families' victims. Mr Speaker, 40% of cancer patients now wait more than 2 months for treatment after an urgent referral from a GP. That's the highest proportion on record and way above the government's own cancer waiting target. I lost both my parents to cancer as a child, and so, like many people across the country and in this House, I know the devastating impact of treatment delays on cancer patients and their families. So I'd like to ask the Prime Minister 2 questions. First, can he give a cast-iron guarantee that the dreadful cancer backlog won't get any worse? And second, when will the government meet its own cancer target?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very sorry to hear about the right honourable gentleman's parents. Indeed, I'm sure many of us across this House have our families have been tragically affected by what cancer does, and he's right to raise the importance of meeting our targets. And what I am able to tell him is we actually are experiencing very high numbers of cancer referrals following the pandemic. He'll be aware of that. But thanks to the brilliant work of our NHS staff, cancer treatment rates in the most recent month for which we have data are now back at pre-pandemic levels, with a plan for them to increase further. And recently the NHS also announced plans to fast-track patients direct to cancer tests rather than have to wait for specialist consultation first. These measures will make a difference, and I look forward to updating on them in the new year.
Mary Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the closure of the last bank in Cheadle, yet another of my local communities has been left totally bereft of a high street banking service. So I was pleased when I heard the announcement that Cheadle was to get a banking hub. Unfortunately, my delight was short-lived. When on closer inspection I saw that it was Cheadle, Staffordshire. Whilst I remain pleased for the other Cheadle, would my right honourable friend agree with me that my constituents also need access to cash and banking facilities to protect businesses and support our high street? And will he support our local calls for post office banking hubs?
Prime Minister.
My honourable friend is a fantastic champion for Cheadle in Greater Manchester. She will know that the Financial Services and Markets Bill will establish a legislative framework for protecting access to cash, and alongside this, firms are already working to provide shared services, as she mentioned, like bank hubs. But what I would encourage my honourable friend to do is to contact Lynch, which can undertake an independent assessment of a community's cash access needs and determine if shared facilities are appropriate.
Fabian Hamilton.
Mr. Speaker, my constituent Sharon has an 11-year-old daughter who suffers from eating disorders and severe anorexia. She was forced to spend a year in hospital in Sheffield, 40 miles away, because there were no beds in Leeds for children with those eating disorders. This, Mr. Speaker, is completely unacceptable. So will the Prime Minister now commit to ensuring that NHS mental health provision for young people is dramatically improved so that no other family has to ever again endure similar trauma?
Minister.
Well, first of all, can I say to Sharon and her family, I'm sorry about what she's experienced. The honourable gentleman makes an excellent point. Mental health funding, as he knows, is increasing, so we ensure parity of service. He's also right to raise the issue of eating disorders. It's something that provision is currently expanding for. I think 2,000 more children were given the treatment and advice and support they needed last year, and there are plans to go further because it's an issue that needs tackling.
Jason McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Police Constable Nicola Hughes and PC Fiona Bone were savagely murdered in Manchester whilst on duty a decade ago. Nicola's dad, Bryn, is my constituent. He lives in Marsden. He was in Parliament again last week, continuing his campaign for emergency service workers and police officers who die whilst on duty to be awarded the Elizabeth Medal posthumously. Does my right honourable friend agree with me and Bryn that now is the time to commemorate and honour our brave police officers and emergency service workers who make the ultimate sacrifice by awarding posthumously the Elizabeth Medal?
Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I thank his constituent Bryn for his campaigning. Every life lost in the line of duty is a tragedy, and we remember the lives and service of PCs Nicola Hughes and Fiona Bone. We are determined, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that sacrifice that police officers and other public service officers make is recognised, and we are carefully considering the best and most appropriate ways to do this.
Kirsty Blackman.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Across these islands, people are suffering because of the woefully inadequate policies of this UK Tory government. They've crashed the economy, left millions in fear of the cold this winter, and are stoking division over striking workers rather than negotiating fair pay deals. Why is it that the only people that can rely on this Prime Minister are questionable PPE suppliers in the House of Lords, bankers and former Prime Ministers getting taxpayer-funded handouts to defend their partying through COVID?
Mr. Speaker, the only people stoking division in our United Kingdom are the party opposite.
Question, Michael Fabricant.
Question 12, sir.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our priorities are growth, investing in public services and giving businesses the confidence they need to invest. I look forward to discussing this with the Mayor of the West Midlands.
Michael Fabricant.
Mr. Speaker, when my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, recently visited the National Memorial Arboretum, he was slightly late. But I don't blame him, because he had to come by road. Now, my friend, the Mayor of the West Midlands, is supporting an extension of the cross-city line from Birmingham using an existing freight line to make it into a rail service to the National Memorial Arboretum and beyond. So, may I ask my right honourable friend, will he revisit the National Memorial Arboretum again, see the Armed Forces Memorial, and also come to Lichfield and see why we need a leisure centre?
I'd be delighted to come and visit the National Memorial Arboretum again, see my friend and the fantastic Mayor of the West Midlands, Andy Street, to discuss his plans to drive growth and opportunity in the region.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is now well over 3 years since the Conservatives promised the end no-fault evictions. Enfield has the highest rate of Section 21 evictions in London. 30 families in my constituency in the last month alone were made homeless as a result of Section 21. I have families sat in my office trying to keep warm as we try to find them emergency accommodation. Will the Prime Minister scrap this shameful legislation? If so, when?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady will know that we have announced plans to do that and we await parliamentary time. But it's not the only thing we are doing to protect renters, Mr. Speaker. We have passed legislation already to protect tenants from rip-off fees, and we've capped holding deposits because we want to make sure that renters do have the protections that they require and they have their decent homes to rent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Small modular reactors are a hugely important part of our future energy mix. And this Conservative government realised that when it awarded Rolls-Royce nuclear section, based in my constituency, a grant of £210 for development. But there's still no clarity or plan for moving from development to deployment. Will the Prime Minister come with me to meet Rolls-Royce to discuss how to move things forward and ensure the UK benefits from this exciting opportunity?
Well, my honourable friend makes an excellent point. I'm delighted that government has awarded £210 million to Rolls-Royce SMR last year for research and development. This does have the potential to benefit the UK and support our energy security and climate goals. I look forward to getting updates and for working with my honourable friend to see this fantastic new technology come to life.
McCarthy.
When my constituent who has dementia was taken ill recently, it took 3 hours for an ambulance to arrive. He then spent 10 hours in the back of an ambulance outside A&E, queuing to get in. And the doctor said to him, "I'm so sorry, we're treating you out of the back of a truck." But as we've heard, the King's Fund has said that the government has presided over a decade of neglect of managed decline in the NHS. So isn't it the Prime Minister, not that doctor, who should be apologising?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that same King's Fund report also acknowledged that there was 40% more funding going into the NHS under this Conservative government. But we do need to make sure that that funding makes a difference. That's why this winter £500 million is being deployed to move people out of hospital beds into social care, to speed up those discharges specifically so that ambulances won't be queuing as much as they currently are. And that money is already making a difference on the ground.
Sakib Bhatti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The community in Kingshurst, which I represent, has suffered an unimaginable tragedy earlier this week when 4 children fell through the ice at Babsmill Lake. Sadly, 3 of the children did not survive, and one, a 6-year-old, is fighting for his life. They and their families are all in my thoughts and prayers. Will my right honourable friend pay tribute to the community in Kingshurst, which has come together and is supporting each other to get through this tragedy? And will he recognise the heroic efforts of the emergency services, including the police officer who used his bare hands to try and break through the ice and then jumped in the water with fire service personnel without the PPE, risking their own lives to save the young children?
Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, and can I send my condolences to the family and friends of all of those who lost their lives. I also join him in paying tribute to our emergency services for, as he said, their incredibly selfless actions. This whole event has completely shocked the local community, and I know that my honourable friend will continue to do all he can to support his constituents at this difficult time.
Dame Angela Riedel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This year, the Tory party has given us 5 education secretaries, 4 chancellors, 3 prime ministers, 2 leadership coups. And Mr. Speaker, the Partridges had to sell the pear tree to pay the gas. So, Mr. Speaker, isn't it the case that after a year of Tory chaos, incompetence and self-indulgence, the best Christmas present the Prime Minister could give to the British people is a general election?
Mr. Speaker, they're happier with that than before, Mr. Speaker. But all I'd say, when it comes to what the British people need this Christmas, Mr. Speaker, in order to ease the disruption on their lives, the best thing that the party opposite could do is tell their union bosses to call off these damaging strikes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After the Second World War, Winston Churchill sent British Conservative lawyers to help to draft the European Convention on Human Rights, and that's something that we can be proud of in this country. But in an age of mass migration, the ECHR is now limiting our ability to control our borders. So in light of the tragedy in the Channel this morning, does the Prime Minister agree he should do as Churchill did, draft a new framework for refugees and human rights, including legal routes? But one way or another, and if necessary alone, we must be prepared to leave the ECHR.
Mr. Speaker, as I told the House yesterday, our new legislation will deliver a system whereby a person who comes here illegally will have no right to stay and will be removed to their own country or a safe third country alternative. That is the system that the British people want to see. That's a system that we will deliver, and I look forward to hearing whether the party opposite will support it.
Sir Olney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As temperatures are plummeting and the cost of living crisis is deepening, ordinary families are facing a Dickensian nightmare across the country this Christmas. Mortgage bills are soaring, household repossessions are up, and nearly 500,000 tenants face a threat of eviction after falling behind on their rent. Too many people are worrying about where they and their children will wake up on Christmas morning. So will the Prime Minister agree to a temporary ban over the festive period on repossessions and evictions so that nobody has to live in fear of losing their home this Christmas?
Mr. Speaker, we provide a range of support to both homeowners and tenants who are in difficulty already. But the most important thing we are doing to financially support them through the winter is by providing almost £900 of support with their energy bills, on top of all the additional support for those who are most vulnerable, including pensioners. That demonstrates the actions of this government to help the country get through what we acknowledge is a challenging time.
Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, at 9:30, you'll lead this House in a 1-minute silence to mark 80 years since the British government recognised that the Holocaust was taking place in Nazi-occupied Europe. As we come together to mark that moment, will the Prime Minister join me in praising the Holocaust Educational Trust and the extraordinary survivors who continue to do amazing work, ensuring that the next generation understand and learn the lessons from the past?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, 80 years ago, Parliament listened in stunned silence as the truth of the Holocaust was spoken in this House for the very first time. So it's absolutely right that you, Mr. Speaker, lead a moment of silence in which we will stand together to remember and reaffirm that truth. I join my honourable friend in paying tribute to the work of the Holocaust Educational Trust, and it could not be more fitting that Britain's Holocaust Memorial and Learning Centre should be built right next door to here to Parliament. We must never forget the Holocaust, and we must stamp out anti-Semitism and prejudice in all its forms, wherever we find it.
Chris Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Caerphilly County Borough Council recently announced a £3 million cost of living hardship fund to help those most in need in Islwyn and across our county borough. Does the Prime Minister think it's right that local authorities are forced to cover the costs of 12 years of economic mismanagement by this Tory government?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what the honourable gentleman fails to acknowledge is that because of the actions of this UK government, not only are we supporting people in Wales and across the United Kingdom with help with their energy bills, we've also provided £1.2 billion of extra funding for the Welsh Government to use to give to local authorities to support their constituents, and he would do well to acknowledge the benefits of the United Kingdom and the actions of the UK government.
We have a record 4,000 newly qualified doctors training to be GPs, which is really excellent. But we do have an issue with retention, which is made even worse in areas like mine, which have extremely high housing growth. As the son of a GP, what will the Prime Minister do to fix this?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know this is an issue that my honourable friend has talked and championed for a long time, and he's right to do so. We do have record numbers of GPs in training at the moment. We're also making sure that we support primary care appointments and primary care access, and I know that my honourable friend, the Health Secretary and Chancellor, are looking at how best we can increase retention, particularly with regard to pensions, and I look forward to getting his suggestions.
Final question, Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a written response from the DWP, it was confirmed to me that an unpaid carer earning more than £132 a week in their job is classed as being in gainful employment and as a result loses their carer's allowance of £69.70 a week. Now, caring doesn't stop. It never stops. So can the Prime Minister explain to me the rationale of this decision, given that we are trying to get economically inactive people back into work? And secondly, can he explain why it's his government's position that £132 a week is enough for people to live on?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I first start by paying tribute to those up and down the country who give up so much of their time to care for others. And I'm actually delighted that the government is supporting the honourable member's bill, which will give a week of highly flexible paid leave to unemployed carers. I think it's the right thing to do, and I'm grateful that the honourable lady is taking it forward. The carers allowance is a means-tested benefit. It's part of many other benefits that are available to support people, and as I've said, right now there is significant support in place for people through Christmas with their energy bills.
That completes Prime Minister's questions. Just let the House clear. Right, let us come to the statement from the Home Secretary. Shona Braverman, Home Secretary.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a statement about an incident in the Channel this morning. This is an ongoing search and rescue incident, but I can confirm that at the time of making this statement, tragically, there have been 4 fatalities. It would be inappropriate, Mr. Speaker, for me to go into further detail at this time. There is a multi-agency response to this terrible tragedy. His Majesty's Coast Guard, the RNLI, South East Coast Ambulance, the Ministry of Defence, Police and Border Force, together with French vessels and commercial fishing vessels and contractors at Western Jetfall, have responded. This morning, Mr. Speaker, I have spoken to Border Force officials based at Dover, Manston, and involved in the search and rescue effort. I've also spoken to my French counterpart, the Interior Minister, Gérald Darmanin. A full statement will be provided to the House in due course once the facts have been fully established and the necessary investigative work completed. I know that everyone in this House and across the country will join me in expressing our profound sadness and deepest sympathies for everyone affected by this terrible event. I know that they will also join me in offering our profound gratitude to those working on the search and rescue operation. Yeah. That very much includes those who are responding to the incident. Commander Dan O'Mahony and his team are working tirelessly with military colleagues and other partners, day in and day out, to try to prevent this type of tragedy. They are undertaking immensely difficult work, and we should all be extremely grateful to them. Mr. Speaker, these are the days that we dread. Crossing the Channel in unseaworthy vessels is a lethally dangerous endeavour. It is for this reason, above all, that we are working so hard to destroy the business model of the people smugglers, evil, organised criminals who treat human beings as cargo. As the Prime Minister told the House only yesterday, it is not cruel or unkind to want to break the stranglehold of the criminal gangs who trade in human misery and who exploit our system and our laws. He was right. This morning's tragedy, like the loss of 27 people on 1 November day last year, is the most sobering reminder possible of why we have to end these crossings. We recently agreed the largest ever small boats deal with France, with more boots on the ground patrolling their beaches, UK and French officers working together in both countries. The Calais group of Northern European nations works to disrupt trafficking and smuggling all along the migration route and has set an ambition for a UK-EU-wide agreement on migration. And since 2015, we have welcomed 450,000 people here from all across the world via safe and legal routes, making these dangerous crossings totally unnecessary. But it was evident that we had to go much further, which is why the Prime Minister announced a new package yesterday. It includes a new, permanent, unified, small boats operational command, bringing together the military, civilian capabilities, and the National Crime Agency. It will coordinate intelligence, interception, processing, and enforcement using advanced technology, including drones. We are adding more than 700 new staff and doubling the funding for the NCA to tackle organised immigration crime in Europe. The Prime Minister announced yesterday a new agreement with Albania. For the first time, Border Force officers will be embedded in Tirana Airport, helping to disrupt organised crime groups and people smugglers, risking people's lives unnecessarily. And early next year, we will introduce new legislation to make it unambiguously clear that if someone comes to the UK illegally, they should not be able to remain here. Instead, they can expect to be detained and swiftly returned either to their home country or to a safe country where their claim for asylum will be considered. Late or spurious claims and appeals will not be possible, and once someone has been removed, they will have no right to re-entry, settlement, or citizenship. This will act as a deterrent, and it will save lives. As we grip illegal migration, we will create more safe and legal routes, working with the UNHCR to identify those most in need and introducing an annual quota set by Parliament. We will work closely with local authorities to determine capacity. Mr. Speaker, it isn't true that our capacity is limitless. We are already spending millions on hotels every day. People do not need to seek asylum if they are already in a safe country. It is vital, literally vital, that we end the illegal crossings in the Channel, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Home Secretary Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for advance sight of her statement. This is truly tragic, deeply distressing news, and all of our thoughts and prayers will be with those who have lost their lives and their families and friends who have lost loved ones in the icy waters of the Channel. We will be thinking too of those who will be receiving support and medical assistance who may have been rescued as well. And all of us will give our thanks to the brave responders and rescuers in the Border Force, in the RNLI, in the Coast Guard, in the MOD, in our emergency services and in the French authorities, responding not just today to this awful, awful tragedy, but also who do such heroic work every single day. It is only because of their brave work that more lives have not been lost. It was barely more than a year ago that 27 lives were lost when a boat went down. And all of us have warned, all of us have feared that it was just a matter of time before more lives were lost. It is, of course, why the UK and France both need to act to stop these dangerous boat crossings. The brutal truth as well is that criminal gangs have made money from those lives that were lost today. They have profited as people have drowned. Day after day, week after week, criminal gangs are putting lives at risk for money. And the other brutal truth is that far from stopping those criminal gangs, those gangs have grown and grown. And the UK and French governments and authorities have failed to stop the criminal and smuggler and trafficking gangs proliferating around the Channel. Those gangs have created a multi-million-pound criminal industry with lives at stake, and the action against those gangs has been too weak. There have been barely any prosecutions or convictions and barely any inroads into the smuggler gangs. Just 3 convictions for people smuggling a month at a time when tens of thousands of lives are being put at risk each month. It is why we have long called for a long time for a major boost to the National Crime Agency, because we do need major action. And yesterday, the Prime Minister announced an increase for the National Crime Agency. I am glad that he has made some progress on this, but can the Home Secretary clarify what does it mean in practice? How much additional funding will there be in practice for the National Crime Agency? How much, and specifically for the action on the smuggler gangs? How many additional full-time staff will there be? And what is the sense of scale on this? Because I fear still that this is too low and this is too little, given the scale of the problem we face. Yesterday, the Prime Minister announced a small boat operational command. Again, how different is that to the previous clandestine Channel Threat Command, led by Commander Dan O'Mahony, which has been in operation for some time? Will it still be led by Commander Dan O'Mahony or by somebody else? Will it be the Home Office or the MOD in charge? Is it correct that the Navy has been told they will be standing down on the 31st of January? Can she update us too on the French patrols and surveillance? Has the 40% promised increase in patrols started yet, and when will it? Was this boat picked up as a result of increased surveillance? If it wasn't, what was the reason for that? The Home Secretary has also referred to safe legal routes. She was pressed at the Select Committee on a lack of safe legal routes for children trying to unite with family in the UK. When will she be taking action to address that, to prevent children seeking to rejoin family in the UK, making desperate journeys? And she referred to the Prime Minister's statement yesterday. Can she clarify? We have also called for the fast track for safe countries and for the backlog to be cleared. The Prime Minister said he had set a personal target of 117,000 cases to be cleared by the end of next year. Number 10 later said that target was 92,000. Could she again confirm which of those it is? The responsibility for the lives that have been lost in the Channel lies with the criminal gangs. They need to be caught, they need to be prosecuted, they need to be jailed for the loss of life in the cold sea, and we need comprehensive action. We gathered in this House just over a year ago to lament the loss of 27 lives. None of us want to do so again. None of us want to be here again. That's where we need action before more lives are lost in peril on the sea.
Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, today is a day to demonstrate our sympathy for the victims and the families of this deadly and tragic incident. It is a day to express gratitude to our hard-working emergency services, border force and search and rescue and MOD colleagues who at this moment are conducting an operation in the Channel in very difficult and challenging circumstances. The Honourable Laney mentions a few points, and I want to respond to some of those in detail. The Small Boats Operational Command is going to be a new operational command that the Prime Minister announced yesterday as part of our plan to go further on the action that we will take to stop the boats crossing the Channel. This means that we are setting up a new HQ, the Small Boats Operation Command in Border Force, to bring our channel and processing operation under a single Home Office command with military support for specialist planning and operational advice. As part of this, we will bring in new air and maritime capabilities, including new drones, land-based radar, fixed-wing aircraft, and more. And we will be more than doubling our current permanent staffing levels, with 100 new staff at HQ and over 600 new operational staff based at Dover. That's a sign that we are strengthening our resolve, we are strengthening our will, and we are strengthening our efforts to do whatever it takes, as the Prime Minister has pledged, to stop the boats crossing the Channel. It will improve our intelligence and information sharing with the French. It will improve and build on the cooperation that we have with partners in France. The deal that we signed last month with colleagues in France is a big step forward in our cross-channel cooperation, for we share a common challenge. And that new arrangement will see more dangerous and unnecessary crossings being prevented. Last year, our joint efforts prevented over 23,000 unnecessary journeys. To date, this year, that number is 31,000. That in itself is insufficient, but it's a step in the right direction, and the agreement that we have struck afresh with the French will go further to enhance our joint working. She mentions safe and legal routes. Since 2015, we have made it possible for 450,000 people to come here via safe and legal routes. That's a record of which I am immensely proud. Those are people who have come from countries like Ukraine, from Syria, from Afghanistan. They're people who have come from all over the world, directly from places of danger, including via the UK resettlement scheme, where people have been selected by the UN refugee agencies from countries including Ethiopia, Iraq, Sudan, Eritrea, Somalia, South Sudan, and Yemen. And so we will extend safe and legal routes once we have dealt with the appalling people smuggling gangs risking people's lives, as we have seen this morning. And lastly, she talks about our track record on this issue. This government won't stop until we have seen progress, until people understand that taking this lethal journey is not safe, it is not lawful, and it will not lead them to a better life in the United Kingdom. Our capacity, that there are millions of people around the world who are fleeing conflict and poverty and who seek a better life elsewhere. Our capacity in this country is not infinite. We cannot accept everybody who wishes to come to this country. That is a reality of the world, and it's a reality of life. The other party would suggest otherwise. I hope that she will join us in our strengthened resolve to stop this problem by supporting our measures and supporting our legislation next year.
Tim Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I echo the sympathies of the Home Secretary and the tributes to the rescue services. And frankly, it is a miracle that no lives have been lost in British territorial waters before now. And that's a tribute to the professionalism of Border Force, of the RNLI and Coast Guard and others. And being no doubt, the blood is on the hands of the criminal gangs responsible for this tragedy. Of course, the best thing would be for those boats not to leave the shore in the first place. So can she update the House about any progress she may be having in discussions with her French counterparts, which will persuade them either to intercept those boats if they get into the water and bring the passengers back to French land from where they started, or when they do intercept people on the beaches about to get into the boats, that they are arrested and detained rather than set free and allowed to try again the following night. That is the only thing that is really going to stop this immediately, as we need it to happen.
Well, my right honourable friend is right, and I'm very proud of the new agreement that we have struck with our French colleagues in this regard, and already there has been progress. In the last few weeks, there have been initial deployments of embedded officers under the deal, with the first full deployments before Christmas. The joint headquarters function is up and running with regular operational planning meetings between the UK and French law enforcement and intelligence agencies, and we are working together with French partners to achieve the Calais Group agreements that we struck last week to deepen our intelligence cooperation with near neighbours.
Alison Thewlis. Here. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I first want to thank and pay tribute to my honourable friend from Cumbernauld, Kilsyth and Kirkintilloch East, who so ably fulfilled this role before me. Here. Madam Deputy Speaker, I and my SNP colleagues send our condolences, our sincerest condolences, to the families and friends of those 4 reported to have died in the early hours of this morning, and hope it will be possible for those rescued to make a full recovery. And we give thanks to all involved in rescue efforts in such perishingly cold conditions, and those still out searching in the Channel. Madam Deputy Speaker, we want to end these crossings. Everybody does. But the reality is, and as it has always been, that while safe and legal routes do not exist, and while people wait years for applications for family reunion, desperate people will continue to take life-threatening journeys because they feel they have no choice. The Nationality and Borders Act, despite the rhetoric, has not proven to be the deterrent the Home Secretary expected. So will she finally recognise that safe and legal routes are essential to allow people to get here safely, and that they should be expanded now beyond the limited Afghan, Syrian, Hong Kong and Ukraine routes, not at some vague point in the future? If the Home Secretary truly wants to break the lucrative model of organised crime behind this, she should bring in Dubs and Dublin-style routes and allow people to apply from abroad and get on a plane rather than forcing people to get in a flimsy dinghy in the depths of winter. It's cruelty, Madam Deputy Speaker, to ignore the reality, and dangerous to keep repeating the same mistakes. People are paying not only with money but with their lives. So will she listen to the evidence and, instead of just talking tough, act to bring in safe and legal routes for everybody now? Because sympathy is one thing, Madam Deputy Speaker, effective action is another.
Hear, hear. Hear.
As I said, I'm incredibly proud of this country's generosity and, in fact, this government's track record on extending the hand of friendship to actually over 300,000 people this year alone who have fled persecution, conflict, and who've come through humanitarian routes to find shelter and safety in the United Kingdom. I strongly dispute her suggestion that somehow our system is inadequate. But nonetheless, that's why the Prime Minister has nonetheless committed to go further, ensure that there is a legitimised, capped, quotarised system of safe and legal routes going forward, which will be part of our measures after we've tackled the issue of illegal migration.
Sir Roger Gale.
Deputy Speaker, can I add to that already expressed my own appreciation for the work of those who were engaged in the rescue operation under appalling conditions last night, and also to the East Kent hospitals that have been treating the survivors, some of whom are still fighting for their lives and some of whom I understand are women and children. Madam Deputy Speaker, the House on both sides has rightly condemned those who are responsible in peddling the floating death that is the cross-channel traffic. Could my right honourable friend tell the House how many people, following the efforts of the Calais Group and the United Kingdom government, have been arrested and brought to trial?
Well, I want to thank my honourable friend for all of his efforts in supporting the local community following this incident, but also throughout, because I know that particularly in Kent there is pressure on communities and authorities relating to illegal migration. There has been considerable effort and focus by the police, by the NCA and other agencies on tackling organised immigration criminal gangs. So far this year, 55 organised crime groups have been arrested, and there have been over 500 arrests. And I know that having met with the NCA, having accompanied them a few months ago on a dawn raid to arrest a suspected people smuggler, that this work is extensive, it is coherent, and it's set to increase following the Prime Minister's announcement yesterday.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Home Affairs Select Committee, can I express our sincere condolences to all those families who've lost lives? Can I also pay tribute to the emergency services who are operating in such appalling conditions and carry on doing so today? And also highlight the work of the RNLI and the fishing boats that came to the rescue of the dinghy as well. And many of us on the committee have met Border Force officials, immigration officers and contractors who work at Western Jetfoil and at Manston, and we know how distressing these events must be to those people at those places. Obviously, we need to wait for a full statement about what's happened, but I wondered if the Home Secretary might be able to share whether she thinks there are any more actions that can be taken to pursue these evil individuals who facilitate and organise these trips across the Channel in these dinghies. What more can the government do to make sure those people are brought to book?
Well, what more we can do forms part of the plan that the Prime Minister announced yesterday, focusing on the operational command and our resources at Dover and working with the French. We want to investigate 100% of the small boats and we want to arrest all of the pilots that we can identify. The Nationality and Borders Act brought in new offences designed specifically to deal with illegal arrivals, and there have been considerable numbers of investigations and arrests and prosecutions relating to those new offences. But of course, when there is a tragedy like this focuses all of our minds to see what more we can be doing so that this doesn't happen again.
Natalie Elphick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was awoken this morning to the news that bodies were being brought into Dover and that the boat had overturned in the Channel. It is the news that I, as the Member of Parliament for Dover and Deal, and people across my community fear day after day, particularly in wintry and cold conditions. That boat shouldn't have been in the water in the first place, let alone in these kind of conditions at this time of year. So can I ask my right honourable friend if she could consider making urgent discussions with the French and arranging that summit with President Macron, because the bottom line is that in this case, the boat, I understand, was around the meridian line in the Channel. And this is the second time we have seen such a situation. It is time for joint patrols on the French beaches to stop the boats getting in the water in the first place, and a joint security zone across the Channel to make sure that incidents like these can't happen and we bring small boats crossings to an end.
I want to thank my honourable friend for all of her work throughout and during the last few years dealing with this issue. I know that she speaks very powerfully for all of her constituents who are directly affected by illegal migration. The agreement with the French was a step forward, but it is not the end point. It will deliver an increased number of personnel and resources who will be focused on the issue of intelligence sharing, interception, prevention, investigation, and ultimately the law enforcement response. So that the prevention, the preventative element of this issue is strengthened. We will continue and build on our constructive dialogue that we have with the French. And I know that they share the goal that we have, which is to bring this problem to an end.
Alistair Carmichael.
Madam Deputy Speaker, death by drowning at sea must be one of the most horrific ways imaginable of meeting your end. I'm sure that's something which is understood only too well in the nation's island and coastal communities where this news will have been felt particularly keenly. The Home Secretary has told us, quite rightly, that safe and legal routes are effective in bringing people here. That's why you never find Ukrainians or people from Hong Kong in these small boats. So why does she think that the creation of safe and legal routes for people coming from places like Syria, Eritrea or Afghanistan has to wait for the Home Office to get its act together? Because I have to tell her, I've been waiting as a Member of Parliament for 21 years to see that happen, and I've not seen any sign of it yet.
Well, as I've said, we have an extensive programme already of welcoming people through humanitarian routes to this country, and I've listed some of the countries from which people have arrived. The Prime Minister has set out the plan, but it's clear that fundamentally we have to send the message to anybody thinking about coming to the UK that you must do it through a legal means, you must do it through a lawful route, and jumping the queue, putting your life and that of others at risk is not an acceptable way of coming to the United Kingdom.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, the Home Secretary will be aware that there are plenty of safe countries in Europe that have fully functioning asylum systems. So, does she agree with me that anybody fleeing persecution should claim asylum in the first safe country they come to?
Well, we are clear that there are. This is part of the element relating to the Albania agreement that we have recently struck. That makes clear that Albania is a safe country, just as the ambassador for Albania made clear at the Home Affairs Select Committee very recently. There is no reason why people should be coming to the United Kingdom and claiming asylum from Albania.
Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed. Madam Deputy Speaker, I join the Home Secretary and colleagues in expressing my profound sadness at the terrible loss of life and thanks to those involved in the rescue. But the House needs to ask itself, why are mothers and fathers getting in these boats with their children in order to seek to come to the United Kingdom? It is because they know that until they are in the country, they cannot claim asylum. And therefore, if I know the Home Secretary is absolutely committed to ending this illegal trade, but does she not recognise that until safe and legal routes, let's start with family reunion. One of the reasons they may not want to stay in France, but to come to the UK, is because they have a family member here. And if our families were separated in this way, we need to address that, and we need to provide safe and legal routes.
I think the reality is that, of course, where we have routes and where people have met the relevant criteria, they are enabled to come here. But the reality is that it is not the case that any person across the world who wants to choose the UK as their destination of choice can just do so without legitimate grounds. We should make sure that we in the UK are doing our fair share. 300,000 this year alone, I think, would qualify as a very admirable track record of humanitarian support. But it's right that people should only come here when they have the legal basis to do so.
Sir John Hayes.
Mr. Speaker, I associate myself with the Home Secretary's remarks about the tragedy and commend her for her determination in dealing with this. Last week, along with others, I met one of those who was responsible for the Australian Sovereign Borders Scheme when they were tackling illegal migration there. A key part of that scheme was to challenge the messaging at source used by the people traffickers. Their cruel and callous sales pitch is that Britain is a soft touch, and once you get here, you will never leave. So will she look at dealing with that messaging at its place of origin, using the intelligence and security services and all other means to counter it with the vehemence which she personifies?
The harsh reality is that many thousands of people are being sold a lie. They are being sold a lie that if they hand over large sums of money to criminal gangs, they will have the promise of a new life in the United Kingdom. But the reality, the harsh truth of that lie, is that they are putting themselves at risk, lethally. Sometimes they are entering into unlawful arrangements. They are exposing themselves to exploitation, and they are coming here unfairly and illegitimately. And it is not the right way to come to the United Kingdom, and they are not welcome.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like all members, I obviously hold out sympathy to those that died last night, and thanks to those that risked everything to try and save life at sea. They should be thanked for all of that. It is obviously correct to condemn people traffickers and all that goes with them. However, there is a reason that people take these dangerous journeys. They are absolutely desperate. They wouldn't do it otherwise. So instead of the ritual condemnation of people traffickers, could we have something more positive about what we're going to do to support those desperate human beings? The Prime Minister acknowledged there are more around the world than has ever been before, and make a positive contribution towards dealing with the causes of flight in the first place: war, environmental disaster, human rights abuses, and so much else. So condemning is easy, but it's holding out the hand of humanity and friendship to very desperate people that is what we should be doing today.
I think we've got to get a reality check here. And the reality is that not everybody getting on a small boat, an unseaworthy vessel, paying thousands of pounds to criminal gangs is a refugee. Not everyone coming here illegally is coming here from humanitarian grounds. There's considerable evidence that people are coming here as economic migrants illegally. That is what we are trying to stop.
Stephen Metcalfe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for the actions that she is taking? But can she update the House on what she's doing to reduce the pull factors that encourage people to risk their lives in crossing the Channel? And how she's ensuring that the people who take those risks know about them and know what they will receive once they get here, to combat that lie that she mentioned they have been sold?
Well, my honourable friend makes the right point, and we will be taking further action to properly investigate and enforce against things like illegal working. And my right honourable friend, the Immigration Minister, will be leading a task force set up within government and other departments which will take a coordinated effort to ensure that we are better policing this issue. But ultimately, this comes down to deterrence. and ensuring that we have the right laws in place. And that's why it's absolutely vital that we introduce and pass legislation that makes clear if you come here illegally, you will be detained and you will be removed to a third country or to a safe country.
Joanna Cherry.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Joint Committee on Human Rights, can I extend condolences to the families and friends of those who've died, and also pay tribute to the brave emergency services and rescuers. Madam Deputy Speaker, nobody in this House wants to encourage organised crime or people smugglers. But 2 years ago, a Home Office report suggested that deterrent policies are ineffective. But notwithstanding that, yesterday the Prime Minister announced a legislative package and refused to confirm that he wouldn't derogate from the European Convention on Human Rights if he felt it was necessary in order to enforce that legislation, not against people smugglers, not against organised crime, but against asylum seekers. Now, at the Tory party conference, the Home Secretary was reported as saying that it was her position that ultimately the United Kingdom does need to leave the European Convention on Human Rights. What I want to ask her today is this: is that still her position?
Well, the Honourable Lady talks about deterrence, and I disagree with her respectfully. I am incredibly convinced that deterrence must be a necessary element of our plan to fix this problem. And if you look at other countries around the world, like Australia, who had made huge progress in dealing with a very similar challenge, it was a deterrent element of removal that actually was integral to reducing the number of illegal arrivals. And that's why I'm a big supporter of the Rwanda scheme. I think that's an important element of our plan to fix the problem. And I would gently urge her to support our legislation, as I said, which will make clear that if you arrive here illegally, you will be detained and you will be removed.
Craig McKinley.
Mr. Speaker, we all feel very deeply for those lives tragically lost wastelessly overnight, which makes the measures announced by the Prime Minister yesterday to break this evil trade of people smuggling even more relevant today than it did yesterday. But let's talk plainly in this place, Madam Deputy Speaker. This boat did not magically appear on the median line. It was launched from a French beach, a safe country. And it feels like Groundhog Day. A little over a year ago, we were having a similar debate when there was an even worse tragedy. And following that, the then Prime Minister made a broad and expansive offer to the French President for UK boats to be allowed to go on the sand, on the ground, to stop these launchings. Could my right honourable friend make that broad and expansive offer once more to the French? Because it's patently true that they have not managed to stop this evil and miserable trade in human tragedy.
Well, we're still establishing the exact facts about what did or didn't happen around this particular incident. But I would say that the French this year alone have been successful in preventing approximately 30,000 attempts to leave the French coastline. Is that enough? We would like that to be a considerably higher number. And that's why the French government and the UK government are working hand in hand to increase our resources, to increase our joint working, so that ultimately we have a meaningful preventative mechanism in the Channel.
Sammy Wilson.
Deputy Speaker, our thoughts and prayers have to go to those whose families have been destroyed by the tragedy that occurred in the Channel, but also our anger, and the anger of this House ought to be directed at those who callously exploit people who are desperate, or some people who are just simply misled for profit. And I would this party, and I believe the whole House, should be supporting the government in the efforts it's making to, first of all, prevent those people who are selling places on these boats from getting customers in the first place, because they'll know that when they come here, it's going to be no advantage to them. They will have to leave again. But at the same time, for those who genuinely need to seek refuge in this country. What steps is the Minister taking to ensure that the safe legal routes are strengthened, more resources are put into that, so that there's no need for people to give in to the exploitation of these people smugglers?
Well, my honourable friend is right, and that is why the Prime Minister announced yesterday that we will have a capped safe and legal routes programme, which will come into force once we have tackled the issue of illegal migration. But he's right to highlight the criminality. The criminal gangs are sophisticated, they are well organised, and they are working across several countries. That's why working with European partners is a core element of our plan to fixing this problem. And I was very pleased with the support demonstrated by international partners at the Calais Group meeting of Interior Ministers that I attended last week.
Simon Fell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a tragedy from top to bottom. Dozens of souls huddled in an insufficient boat travelling across the world's busiest shipping lane in -4-degree waters. These journeys shouldn't be undertaken at all. Our thoughts are obviously with those who've lost their lives and those who are fighting for their lives right now, but I'd also like to pay tribute to those who are working in the Channel, keeping people safe and picking them up when these boats do capsize. We met some of them in our work in the Home Affairs Committee. I welcome the Prime Minister's statement yesterday, but would my right honourable friend agree that really what we need to do is tackle these gangs and go back upstream and make sure that those who are peddling a lie, saying that these journeys are safe, that people can live a successful economic life here, are wrong, and go after their money, and also target the social media companies who allow adverts to be shared online promoting these routes as being safe and an easy way to access the UK?
Well, yes, he's right. Tackling the criminal gangs is essential here, and that's why on the back of the Calais Group agreement that I struck last week, I was really glad that we've all committed to the UK supporting resources at Frontex at the European border, because many of the people arriving here in the Channel will come from outside the EU through the Western Balkans and make their way right across the EU to northern France and then take the journey that way. And if we can help bolster that EU border, that will have a preventative element. And he's absolutely right about social media, and that was part of the discussion last week as well.
Debbie Abrams.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to add my voice to the condolences to the family and friends who've lost loved ones, and also my gratitude to all the rescuers. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Refugee Convention, which we were not just a signatory but an author, was established at the end of the Second World War as a result of the horrors of the Holocaust, which we are remembering here tomorrow. Will the Home Secretary publish the minutes of the meeting that her ministers have had with the Refugee High Commissioner, and whether he supported the measures that the Prime Minister announced yesterday, in particular whether he thinks they're going to work?
As I said, I'm very proud of the track record that we've got on welcoming people here who are fleeing persecution, who are coming here for humanitarian reasons. Over 300,000 people alone this year, but 450,000 people since 2015. And we will consult on the cap that the Prime Minister announced yesterday for those coming through safe and legal routes in the future. How the cap will be decided, we will incorporate lessons from our successful community sponsorship approach pioneered through Homes for Ukraine, and we will ensure that fundamentally it is a decision legitimised and authorised by directly elected and accountable members of Parliament.
Dean Russell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, what we have heard today is truly a tragedy, and my heart goes out to the families and friends of those who've lost their lives, and thanks to all of those who put their lives at risk to work to rescue them. We talk about compassion a lot in this place. Isn't it the most compassionate thing to make sure we smash these awful gangs, these serious organised crime gangs, who are not just traffickers, which is awful in its own right, but today we hear once again murderers. And actually the work that we need to do here is to legislate and use every possible avenue to end the pull factors and end these awful gangs. So would my right honourable friend please confirm to me that we will do everything we can to stop this awful crime happening and this awful tragedy happening again?
The Prime Minister set out his resolve unambiguously yesterday, and I am hand in hand working with him on the plan. We will do whatever it takes. We must make it clear to those people who are thinking about embarking on a very dangerous and illegal journey that they must not get onto a makeshift vessel, put their own lives at risk, and let themselves be exploited by criminal gangs.
Patrick Grady.
Speaker. So everyone is expressing their condolences to the loved ones of those who lost their lives. But if I understand the Home Secretary correctly, what she's saying is that the people who were pulled alive last night from the Channel, because they've come here from a safe country, they are not welcome in the United Kingdom. Is that really her position?
I'm not commenting on the specific facts at all of the incident that has taken place right now. This isn't a time for politics, with respect. This is actually a time to express gratitude for those very brave and heroic emergency service workers who are working in very challenging circumstances, to express our condolences for those who've been bereaved, but also to strengthen our resolve to make sure that this doesn't happen again and that we successfully combat the evil trade of people smuggling.
Richard Drax.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. What an unpleasant question, may I say.
Absolutely.
May I thank my right honourable friend for her statement. May I praise the emergency services, and obviously I commiserate with all those affected by this terrible drowning at sea. Can I pick up on the point from my right honourable friend from East Worthing and Shoreham? He rightly says that we've got to stop this on the beaches if we can't stop it before. My right honourable friend has mentioned technology. Surely, with satellites and drones and a well-coordinated operation with French and British personnel along the French coast, we can stop this. Is that the case, or are there not enough resources and drones and satellites to pick up and where these boats are being launched from?
Well, we are increasing the amount of technological capability available to Border Force. We are doubling the funding for the National Crime Agency, which will now be embedded in the operational command at Dover to ensure that drone technology, military capability and sophisticated information sharing can properly take place across the Channel, so that actually we can build the evidence not only to prosecute any illegal activity, but also to prevent it.
Tamanjeet Singh Dassi.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Following this truly tragic incident, my thoughts and prayers are with the families of the victims who were desperately seeking to cross the icy waters of the Channel in a small boat, given the lack of safe and secure routes. I want to pay tribute to the incredible work of the rescue services who were risking their lives, but in particular, does the Home Secretary agree with me that the RNLI, which is staffed by volunteers and funded by donations, is one of the most selfless institutions in our country and deserves our full support?
Well, he's absolutely right, actually, in terms of the way he describes the work of the RNLI. They are an incredible organisation which responds first, in many instances, to incidents of crisis and emergency, saving lives, helping people in distress, and they have my full support.
David Simmons.
Madam Deputy Speaker, firstly, may I commend the Home Secretary on the work that she's been doing with our neighbours and allies to tackle this issue. My constituent, Sohaila Nolan, who is a successful academic of international standing, came to the UK as a refugee from Iran a couple of years ago. For her family in Iran, there is no safe and legal route by which they could come to join her in the UK. But should they travel overland and come in a small boat, they stand around a 98% chance, under our laws, of being granted asylum in the United Kingdom. So does my right honourable friend acknowledge that the success of our ambition to break the model of the people smugglers by ensuring that those who come to the UK by irregular means are not successful depends entirely on the existence of a safe and legal route, which, if it has not been used, can, in our law, count against those who come here by irregular means?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for all of his work and his previous track record before he came to this place in supporting people coming to this country. I think the reality is that the UK will continue to provide safe and legal routes to those refugees in most need. But the practical truth is that there are 100 million people around the globe who would like to leave their country of residence and potentially come to the United Kingdom. That's simply not possible. And therefore we do need an element of control combined with compassion and generosity. But yes, control, fairness and legitimacy that underpins any kind of humanitarian arrangement that we have. And I'm very proud of the track record that this country and in fact this government has demonstrated over recent years.
Order, before I call the next question, I'd be grateful if the Home Secretary would address the Chair. When she addresses the House with her back firmly to the Chair, it's not only discourteous, but we can't hear her. And it would be very good if she would face the right way. Also, I must say, we have time this afternoon, but we could go a little faster. This is a sombre and serious matter to be considered, but that doesn't mean that it can't be done at a pace. Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is indeed a very dark day. I was in the House last year when we marked the death of 27 people in the Channel, and I heard very much the similar calls from the Home Secretary then about smashing criminal gangs. However, 45,000 people have since taken that perilous journey to the UK. It doesn't work, it only pushes people into the hands of people traffickers. So when will the Home Secretary acknowledge that she has to create safe and legal routes for people to come to the UK to avoid more tragedy?
Well, we have made some progress in tackling the illegal crime gangs. And since the Nationality and Borders Act, the number of prosecutions for new offences has increased considerably by over 200%. That act, of course, created new offences relating to people smuggling, illegal arrival and entry, and facilitation. And both of those new offences have been used considerably by our enforcement agencies.
Rachel McLean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I thank the Home Secretary for her statement, and my constituents would also like to add their prayers for those affected, and we would also like to thank the emergency services. Madam Deputy Speaker, somebody sold a desperate person a passage in a boat. Somebody encouraged that person to get into a boat on a freezing cold night when the seas were of an appalling temperature. Somebody did that knowing that that person they took the money off, thousands of pounds, could die. That is where our anger should be directed, and it rightly is. So can she update the House on what more she can do working with the French in those camps, providing practical advice and some messages warning people about the dangers of making that journey? And when does she think that kind of work can start to take place?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to highlight the need for greater action to disrupt the criminal gangs, particularly upstream and in the way that they advertise and communicate with the people who they're exploiting. They use social media considerably to propagate a lie, to fuel this illegal trade, and they are shameless and reckless indeed in their behaviour, selling a journey in life-threatening conditions, putting people's lives at risk and causing nothing but misery. They must be stopped.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. I think all of our hearts were broken when we saw
the news this morning, and also grateful for the emergency services being able to save some of those people in the boats. But further to the question from the member from Ruislip, 15% of those in the small boats are from Iran. And many of us across this House have expressed solidarity with those people speaking up for their basic rights and facing persecution, whether for their religious or their political views. So the Home Secretary needs to set out exactly, and we need a straight answer to this question, how one of those brave people in Tehran or Mashhad, where we've had executions this week of people, can come to the UK safely to be with a family member. Explain, Home Secretary, they deserve that. You can't just simply say, sorry, we're full up.
Well, as I've said on several occasions, I'm very proud of the track record that we've demonstrated not only since 2015, but actually this year, with over 3,000 people coming here for humanitarian reasons. And there are several mechanisms through which people can get here, whether that's the UN resettlement scheme, whether that's family reunion, or whether that's the mandate resettlement scheme. Those people who are genuinely in need, and if they meet our criteria, will be supported in the United Kingdom. It's something I'm proud of.
Paul Bristow. Madam Deputy Speaker, Peterborough supports more asylum seekers and refugees than any other city or any other place in the east of England. We are a caring city. This tragedy in the English Channel will affect communities hard in Peterborough. But doesn't this awful, awful incident demonstrate on compassionate grounds the need to stop the boats, destroy the business model of the people smugglers and save lives?
That is why we will be bringing forward legislation to make it clear that if you are coming here on a small boat illegally, you will be detained and you will be removed. That is not just the right thing to do, that is the compassionate thing to do.
Kristen Oswald. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Home Secretary herself has just described this journey as a lethally dangerous endeavour. So how desperate does she think that the people making that journey must have been to attempt it? I think that the weasel words that she's been using about dealing with a safe and legal route after dealing with the people smugglers are shameful. I think that the UK government's approach to this issue is dehumanising. It is wholly, wholly inadequate. And I would ask her again to think very carefully about why these people are making this journey and how safe and legal routes can be provided now.
Hear, hear.
I'm not going to lower my standards to lower myself to the standards that the Honourable Lady invites me to by making this about political point scoring. This is, as I've said, a tragedy. It's a human tragedy that transcends politics. We are all united in our sympathy and our condolences, and we want to make sure it never happens again. That's the aim of this government, and it should be the aim of the Honourable Ladies.
Marco Longhi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, today's awful tragedy is one many of us predicted. Members in this place are very keen to blame gangs, but it is actually members in this place and their zeal to showcase their altruism who are preventing us stopping the boats on their perilous journeys by not replacing aspects of the Human Rights Act that does not work for us, or even exiting the ECHR. Let us remember this, Madam Deputy Speaker. These are people who willingly put themselves in harm's way, and criminal gangs would disappear if demand for their services went. When will we, Home Secretary, make the Rwanda plan work?
As my honourable friend knows, I believe in the groundbreaking partnership that the United Kingdom has struck with Rwanda. I believe that it is a mutually beneficial arrangement, it is compassionate, it is pragmatic, and it will be a big step forward in solving the challenge with which we are grappling. It is currently in the courts, and we are awaiting a judgment from the High Court, which will be due very soon.
Mike Kay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The former Home Secretary signed a Franco-British Operational Research Unit agreement to combat migrant smuggling in the Channel with the French Interior Minister, Gérald Darmanin, which the Home Secretary may recall. That was to a fanfare announcement a little like yesterday, and that was on the 12th of July 2020. Does the Home Secretary consider that agreement a failure?
In 2021, for example, our joint efforts between the French and the UK saw more than 23,000 dangerous and unnecessary crossings prevented. This year alone, that figure is 31,000. The UK-France Joint Intelligence Cell has dismantled so far 55 organised crime gangs, and it's secured over 500 arrests. We would, of course, like to go further, but that's a good start.
That agreement was a failure.
Scott Benton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This country has led the way in providing safe and legal routes for those in genuine need, most notably those fleeing from Ukraine and Afghanistan. However, does the Home Secretary agree with me that it would be completely impractical for asylum claims to be made directly to the UK from any country in the world, as our system would simply be crushed under the weight of tens of millions of claims from economic migrants from every corner in the world?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. There are over 100 million people worldwide who are struggling, and whilst we will do everything we can to support those countries and development and cooperation and our foreign office work, and there are so many ways in which the UK is a great ally and partner of many, many countries around the world, it is simply impractical, unsustainable and unfair, fundamentally, to have the kind of system to which he alludes.
Stuart C. MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, the Prime Minister rather skirted round the issue of whether UNHCR had been consulted on this plan. But the United Nations High Commission for Refugees have since described the Home Secretary's plan as, and I quote, a troubling step away from a commendable humanitarian tradition, and one which would undermine the global refugee system at large and would be a violation of international law. So why did she not consult UNHCR, and why is she setting out to undermine the international system of refugee protection?
Well, I know we disagreed over the issue of leaving the European Union, but one reason that I voted to leave the European Union was to take back control of our borders and our migration policy, to restore sovereignty and supremacy to this Parliament on how our migration policy should be run. It is for this Parliament and directly elected people running this country to make the decision on how we should run our migration policy, who should come here, and how we apply our humanitarian arrangements.
Flora Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I share the shock and grief of the whole House at this tragedy. 3 years ago, I was elected, and in my maiden speech, I talked about child reunion of unaccompanied asylum-seeking children seeking refuge here. Within the EU Withdrawal Act, I was told by ministers it should be in the Nationality and Borders Act, but it was rejected within that. In the light of this tragedy and the shocking situation of many unaccompanied asylum-seeking children having to get into boats, but many being stranded in camps, will the Secretary of State look at the very relatively small numbers of these children who have family members here and could have a safe and legal route, but currently don't?
Well, whenever children arrive, and indeed unaccompanied asylum-seeking children arrive in the UK, they are provided with considerable levels of support, funding and care, and we ensure that their safeguarding is a priority for them and for us.
Carol Monaghan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Rhetoric in this is so very important. And that's why it's so disappointing when I expected the Home Secretary this morning to tell us about the incident, tell us how many people were still missing, tell us what was happening to the survivors, how they were being supported. That instead we heard words like enforcement and deterrent. We've heard a lot about safe and legal routes this morning. Well, I have a constituent whose sister and brother were in Afghanistan. The brother, unfortunately, was executed by the Taliban 2 months ago for the work he did with the British forces. The sister worked with an NGO working for women's rights and girls' education. The sister does not qualify for any safe and legal routes. How should she seek asylum in the UK?
Well, we have set up 2 specified schemes for Afghans. We have the Afghan Relocation Assistance Policy, ARAP, which is an uncapped relocation scheme for Afghans who directly supported the United Kingdom government and military efforts in Afghanistan. And so far, approximately 11,000 people have arrived in the UK through that scheme, and there are many more who've come through other schemes relating to Afghanistan.
Beth Winter.
Deputy Speaker. This truly heartbreaking tragedy comes immediately after the Prime Minister's tub-thumping stop the votes statement yesterday. This government's policy is cruel, inhumane and puts people at risk of danger, exploitation and, as we tragically saw last night, death. It's clear that to stop deaths in the Channel we need safe routes to claim asylum. So will the Home Secretary consider proposals being made by a number of agencies, including the Home Office's union PCS, such as a safe passage visa? And will the Home Secretary meet with representative PCS union to discuss this and other effective and humane recommendations contained in a safe passage for refugees report?
What is cruel and inhumane is desperate people being conned into a trick to hand over large sums of money, make a treacherous journey on land and on sea, in the hope, the fruitless hope of a better life in the United Kingdom. That is not lawful, it is not moral, and it must be stopped.
And finally, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first of all offer my sympathies to the families who grieve today for their loved ones, and can I also thank the Secretary of State for her endeavours to find a solution to the problems. I note yesterday that the Prime Minister referred to a deal with the French with more boots on the ground patrolling the beaches, more boats in the sea. Can I ask what teeth are behind the patrols to get at the organised criminal gangs and put them in prison, no matter the level of their participation or involvement in this disgusting money-making schemes that have led to death, injury and pain for innocent people?
Well, there is a huge amount of operational collaboration pursuant to the New Deal that I agreed with my French counterpart last month, and that will see, for the first time ever, UK Border Force officers side by side with French kind of Border Force equivalents, looking and analysing, sharing intelligence and working hand in hand to combat, prevent and intercept the departures from France.
Thank you. Point of order, Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Point of order. The Home Secretary did not address my question about the accuracy of what the Prime Minister said in the House yesterday. It obviously matters for us to have accurate information. In response to the question from the member for Hulton, the Prime Minister said that his target was to eliminate the initial asylum backlog of 117,000. An hour later, number 10 said the target was 92,000. The Home Secretary will probably be aware that we assume the 117,000 is the figure that applies to the main applications, the backlog of initial main applications, including dependents. That figure for the backlog is in fact 143,000. So we do need some clarity over whether it is the 117,000 the Prime Minister told the House, or 92,000 or some other figure. And obviously, if the Prime Minister has not given accurate information to the House, we would expect that to be clarified and corrected swiftly by number 10.
Well, I thank the Right Honourable Lady for her point of order, and I have no doubt that it has been heard by the Home Secretary herself and her immediate colleagues. As the Honourable Lady, the Right Honourable Lady knows, the accuracy or otherwise of what is said by any member of this House is not a matter for the Chair, but it is a matter for the Chair to ensure that if there has been a discrepancy in the presentation of statistics, that discrepancy should be corrected at the earliest opportunity. And I have every confidence that the Right Honourable Lady, having pointed out her alleged discrepancy in the presentation of statistics, that matter will have been taken seriously by the ministers on the Treasury bench, and that if there is a discrepancy to be corrected, that I have every confidence that it will be done in a timely fashion. Thank you. No, I don't need any further advice. Thank you. I think I've put it quite clearly. Presentation of Bill. Tim Farron.
Green Jobs Definition and Promotion Bill.
Second reading. What day?
24th of March 2023, Madam Deputy Speaker.
24th of March 2023. Thank you. And so we come to the 10-minute rule bill. Jonathan Gullis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to provide that certain provisions of the Nationality and Borders Act 2022 relating to the removal of asylum seekers to safe countries shall have effect notwithstanding inconsistency or incompatibility with international or other domestic law, to require the Secretary of State to proceed with such removals regardless of any decision or judgment of any international court or body, and for connected purposes. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to start by giving my thoughts and prayers to those who have so tragically lost their lives whilst crossing the English Channel, as well as their families and our brave emergency service workers who have responded. Today's awful news makes it clear how we in this place must do all we can to end the vile people smuggling and human trafficking gangs that trade in human misery. I welcome my right honourable friend the Prime Minister's announcement in the House yesterday that we will begin to fast-track the removal of Albanians, speed up the processing of asylum claims, move away from hotels being used in places like Stoke-on-Trent, and bring new legislation in the new year to mean if you come here illegally, you can't stay here, which will help to break apart the operating model of these cruel and heartless gangs. The people of Stoke-on-Trent, Kidsgrove and Tork and I find the number of migrants coming across the English Channel from perfectly safe neighbouring European countries like France totally unacceptable and deeply concerning. It is a fact that around 70% of those making the crossings are young men singly coming over on their own, and over 12,000 of these being economic migrants from Albania, of which 10,000 are single adult males. We need to bring this national and European emergency to an end, as well as fulfilling our promise to take to the British people by taking back control of our laws and borders. When we as a country voted to leave the European Union in 2016, the largest mandate in British political history, we did so in order to restore our ability to control our laws, money and borders. The people of this great country felt too much power wrongly lay in Europe and that their voices were ignored. Leaving the European Union and restoring parliamentary sovereignty represented transferring power back to the people who elect their members of parliament to represent their views. Madam Deputy Speaker, I strongly welcomed the Nationality and Borders Act, brought to this House by my right honourable friend, the member for Whittam, as a landmark piece of legislation that was supposed to seize upon our newfound freedoms post-Brexit and implement the robust and decisive immigration system that the people of this country have been so urgently calling for. Along with my colleagues on these benches, it was a welcome new approach to the issues of sovereignty and border control. I supported the Act because I saw that it presented a real opportunity to deter people crossing the English Channel and therefore break the harrowing practices of the abhorrent people smugglers who operate not just in Europe, but around the world. The cornerstone of the Act includes measures to offshore illegal economic migrants coming from safe mainland Europe to Rwanda, copying the successful model used by Australia, which 73% of my fine constituents in Stoke-on-Trent, North Kidsgrove and Tork support, based on a survey I've conducted on this issue. Unfortunately, the extent to which we can make our own sovereign decisions has been brought into question, as immigration lawyers have been able to block deportations to Rwanda through appeals to the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg. As recently as July this year, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, wrote in the Telegraph that, and I quote, "Where the European Convention on Human Rights is a problem, I will tackle it. We voted to leave so that we could be a sovereign nation. The ECHR cannot inhibit our ability to properly control our borders, and we shouldn't let it." According to Immigration Enforcement's National Audit Office, only 48% of enforced returns went ahead as planned, due to legal challenges emanating from the European Court of Human Rights, preventing the other 52% from going ahead. I agree with the Prime Minister that the European Court of Human Rights should not use their political interpretation of our laws to undermine the will of the British people. As do the respondents in my local survey, Madam Deputy Speaker, of which 68% agree that we should ignore the European Court of Human Rights like we did with the giving rights to prisoners on votes. My right honourable friends, the member for Halton Price and Howden, introduced a motion back in 2010 around the right of prisoners to vote in general elections. The European Court of Human Rights at the time ruled that banning prisoners from voting was a breach of their human rights, contrary to decisions made in this House. My right honourable friend and this House forced the then government to block it. The purpose of my bill today is to move a similar motion in relation to offshoring illegal economic migrants, giving us total control over our laws and borders, fulfilling the promises we made to the people of this nation in 2019. I personally think we should seriously consider our position as a member of the ECHR. The Centre for Policy Studies report reflects this view, stating that as long as Britain remains a signatory to the Convention and bound by the jurisdiction of the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg, governments will be prevented from adequately enforcing immigration laws. Although we have left the European Union and restored powers back to this House, the democratically elected institution which the British people instill their faith into, it shouldn't be blocked any further from being able to defend our borders and enforce our laws, such as processing illegal economic migrants in Rwanda. Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst we may have freed ourselves from EU control, we still have quasi-legislative supranational institution that fundamentally undermines decisions made in our democratically elected and sovereign parliament. That is why I'm introducing my bill to the House today. My bill will mean we can get the migrants who have entered the UK illegally onto the flights to Rwanda and in the future to other safe third countries to have their claims processed there by changing the law to explicitly ignore the European Court of Human Rights from meddling in our sovereignty on this specific matter. This bill is about demonstrating that Parliament is on the side of the British public and restoring our great nation's territorial integrity. I am steadfast in my belief that we can end the ECHR's trespass on our parliamentary democracy and guarantee this House's position as the ultimate law-making institution of our great country.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. Alison Thewlis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. At this time, in this moment, when 4 people have died and 40 people have been rescued in the Channel, the member in Stoke-on-Trent North has chosen to bring forward this offensive, grubby, dangerous wee bill. He should be ashamed of himself, and if he had any sense and compassion, he would have withdrawn it today. And I'll take no lessons from him on immigration. Glasgow Central is the highest immigration caseload in Scotland, and I am proud that that is so. Glasgow Central, I am proud to say, has nearly 25% of its people born outside the UK, and we benefit hugely from this. Stoke-on-Trent North is only at 7%, just for facts. The Tories would have us ignore the European Convention on Human Rights, ignore the 1951 Refugee Convention, ignore the very humanity and compassion that human beings feel when recognising the plight of others. I'm getting heckled with ridiculous things from the bench and opposite. But the Tories have form, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Tories have form in breaking international law in limited and specific ways, and they want to do so again with this bill today. And I can only assume, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the member from Stoke-on-Trent North has ever met anybody who has fled war and conflict. He does not understand the desperation that drives these journeys. His bill dehumanises others, fellow human beings, and the only way he can do this is by not having the compassion to listen, or indeed the imagination to feel what it must be like to stand in their shoes. And I see that week in, week out at my surgeries. This is not what Scotland wants to see, Madam Deputy Speaker. From the Glasgow girls, including Councillor Rosa Sally, my friend, and the Glasgow grannies, Jean Donaghy and Noreen Rials, who stood up against dawn raids in Glasgow in the mid-2000s, to my constituents in Kenmure Street, standing up for their neighbours and preventing their removal. We understand on these benches the plight of our fellow human beings, and we know that we should treat them with the dignity that we would expect if we happened to be in their place. He talks about the Australia model. Well, that Australia model failed. It cost, Manus Island cost over £1 billion a year to run, and it closed in 2017. That model failed and was hugely expensive. Talking tough and acting tough is no deterrent, because they all said that the hostile environment would do it. It demonstrably failed. Then the Nationality and Borders Act would deter people, yet the small boat crossings are still happening, as we have seen so tragically today. And yet we need more, harder, tougher legislation. It will also fail, I can tell them that now. Because it will fail because the people making these journeys are desperate. They are desperate to get here for safety, for family ties, because they know what has happened to them has been so horrific that they will run and keep running until they get to a place of sanctuary and safety. And the member talked about men. Men are also, they should listen to this, the men in the benches shouting, men are also vulnerable. Men who are forcibly recruited and asked to fight. Men who are forced to rape their family and their neighbours are vulnerable. They know that they do not want to do that. And men who we have an obligation to and a duty to in this country, men made vulnerable because they supported US and UK activity in Afghanistan. As the Afghan interpreters have told me, we are here because you were there. Madam Deputy Speaker, in his statements in this matter, the Prime Minister refused to confirm his commitment to the European Convention on Human Rights or the Refugee Convention. The Home Secretary, she's chuckling away there, and she ducked this as well today. These are the international rules and norms which protect our rights and ensure the safety of human rights. They have been hard won, Madam Deputy Speaker. Their existence should be a source of pride to us all, not an inconvenience to be gotten around by the Tories to suit the headlines of the Daily Mail. The SNP stand firmly against this diminution of treating the most of rights, this diminishing of humanity, this treating of the most vulnerable human beings as if they were some kind of mere cargo to be shipped off. An independent Scotland will take our place in the world, live up to our international responsibilities, ensure that those who do us the honour of coming to Scotland are welcomed, supported and made safe and allowed to rebuild their lives. No one is illegal. This bill just might be. Please object to it.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As members that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division. Be quiet or you won't hear me say division. Clear the lobby. Order. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As members of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Mark Jenkinson and Craig McKinley. Tell us for the noes, Marion Fellows and Peter Grant.
eyes to the right, 69. The nose to the left, 188.
Order! The eyes to the right, 69. The nose to the left, 188. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Clean up. Order! Order! If people are leaving, will they leave quietly and quickly, please? We now come to the general debate on Ukraine, but I understand that it is not to be moved.
Not moved.
The general debate on Ukraine is not moved. Therefore, in anticipation of the imminent arrival, it really is really rude to keep on talking when there are things being said from the chair. In anticipation of the imminent arrival here in the Palace of Westminster of His Majesty the King, the House is now suspended until 4 p.m. or as soon as possible thereafter. The division bells will ring a few minutes before the resumption of the sitting. Order! Order!